Coming up. They're coming up. They're way lower in nuclear. Coming up. They're way lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up. And you don't have to be that good with it. And that works for, I mentioned the word nuclear. I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N word. There are two N words, and you can't use either of them. You can't use either of them. And frankly, if it does get to use, we have more than anybody else. We have better, we have newer, but it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But when somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. And it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing, it's undetectable, totally. Ours is, theirs isn't. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily. We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water. It's incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that and other things. As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching that spirit, unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new enlistments, I'm so proud of this, have surged to record highs, the highest we've ever had. And we used to have recruiting shortages. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, I was at the beginning stage of a campaign, and things came out that you couldn't get people to join the armed forces. And by the way, the police also, fire department. I always put the fire department in because they're great. They're great. And I got 95% of their vote, too. That helps. When you get 95% of their vote, you always have to mention them. But they're great. And they're brave in our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big part of war. But the firemen go up in ladders, and you have people shooting at them while they're up in ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that. And I said, don't talk about it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are incredible. They're up in one of these ladders that goes way up to the sky, rescuing people, and you have animals shooting at them, shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. It's over. They don't even have to inspect you when you hit the ground. And you have people shooting bullets at them in some of these inner cities. We're not going to let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have. They are unbelievable. Like you, they're unbelievable people. For the first time on record in 2025, the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force all met or surpassed their recruiting goals 3 months early. That never happened before. And the Army did even better. Congratulations, Army. They met everything. And these were the highest standards because we're making it larger. So these were much higher standards than you had 4 years ago, 3 years ago, during the sleepy Joe Biden era. And the Army did it 4 months early. And you remember, a year and a half ago, they said the big stories that we're way behind with the Army, Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, we're way behind, Coast Guard, and even Space Force. I love Space Force because that was my creation. You know, when you create something, I love it. And the people we put in there were good. I got that right. We put in great people initially, and we've really dominated. We really dominate in that sphere now. We're way behind China and Russia, and now we dominate. Space Force turned out to be a very important thing. I said from the beginning, you know, when Biden came into office, he wanted to terminate it. He said, and this thing called Space Force, so we could get rid of that. And he got hammered by the people in this room for even suggesting it, because it's very important, one of the most important. And as time goes by, it'll get more and more important. But we're now at 106% of our recruiting targets for the year, and that's the best in far more than a generation. And for the Marines, morale is so strong that the Marine Corps will meet its 2026 retention targets before the end of October, which never happens. And that's the earliest it's ever happened in the history of our country. And it makes you feel good, you know. I felt guilty. I'd go make a speech in front of never people like you. You are the leaders, but people, soldiers. And I felt embarrassed because there'd be stories about, you know, we couldn't fill up our Army, Navy, Air Force. We couldn't fill them up. And it was headlines. It was during Biden's 4 years. The auto pen, I call him the auto pen. It's, how would you like to have your thing signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general and I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man's going to be a general, right? Yeah. I don't want to use this. I want to use the big, beautiful, firm paper. I want to use the real gold writing when you talk about the position, and they're beautiful. And, but how would you like to have that where some kid sitting in the back office is having it signed with an auto pen? I thought about it, and I thought about you people first, admirals, generals. I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there, and you go through years of work, and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know, and that commission is beautifully displayed. And I sign it. Actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everyone loves my signature. But I signed it very proudly, and I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so disrespectful. To me, it's just totally disrespectful. And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by auto pen, except for when he gave his son, Hunter, pardon. He signed that one. And that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was the bad. The auto pen looks much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the decades, be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. You start two nuclear nations, big nuclear. No, you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes, it was starting. There's a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it. It was a great thing. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan, and he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group, he said, this man saved millions of lives because he saved the war from going on, and that war was going to get very bad, very, very bad. President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. That was a bad war. And I was very honored. I loved the way he said it. Susie Wiles was there. She said that was the most beautiful thing. But we saved a lot of them. Saved a lot of them. Even in Africa, we saved the Congo with Rwanda. They've been fighting for 31 years, 10 million people dead. I got that one done. And very proud of it. So if this works out, we'll have 8 in 8 months. That's pretty good. Nobody's ever done that. Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to a guy that wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump and what it took to solve the wars. And he'll get the Nobel Prize will go to a writer. No, but well, let's see what happens. But it's be a big insult to our country. I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to get it. It should get it because there's never been anything like it. Think of it. So if this happens, I think it will. I don't say that lightly because I know more about deals than anybody. This is what my whole life was based on. and they can change, and this can certainly change. But we have just about everybody. We have one signature that we need, and that signature will pay in hell if they don't sign. I hope they sign for their own good and we create something really great. But to have done 8 of them is just like such an honor. And then we have Putin and Zelensky. The easiest one of them all. I said, that one I'll get done. I thought that was going to be first. The other was much harder, some of them. Azerbaijan this was going on for 36 years. They said, it's not solvable, so don't do it. I said, I will do it. I will do it. And I got on the phone with the 2 countries. They were great. They were great. I knew immediately. I knew as soon as I started talking to them, we're going to solve that war. We did. Now they're so happy. Now they're friends. One said he's been president for 32 years, 22 years. He said, for 22 years, I did nothing but kill his people. They were in the room together at the Oval Office. And they started off spread like this. I have the beautiful Resolute desk. And one was here, and one was here. You couldn't get further away. That's the furthest I've ever seen 2 people in front of me. And as the hour went by, they got closer, closer, closer. And at the end of the hour, we had it done. And they hugged and hugged and hugged. And I said, that's so nice, and you're going to remain friends. And I spoke to them, one of them the other day. He said, no, he's now my friend. But for 22 years, he's been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years. And the other guy, great guy too, 7. And that war, that was a war that was not solvable. He said for 7 years. The other one said for 22 years. All I did was kill his people. That's all I've done. I said, well, we're going to put a stop to that. So we solved that. So it's a great thing. It's a great feeling. You're saving Kosovo and Serbia. You're saving so many lives doing this if you can do it. But our people deserve nothing less than the very best, and we're never going to let them down. And if we can solve wars instead of you having to fight wars, wouldn't that be wonderful, right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's why one of the first executive orders I signed upon taking office was to restore the principle of merit. That's the most important word, other than the word tariff. I love tariffs. Most beautiful word, but I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I said tariff is my favorite word. I love the word tariff. We're becoming rich as hell. We have a big case in front of the Supreme Court, but I can't imagine, because this is what other nations have done to us. And we have, great legal grounds, but you still have a case. It would be very bad if something happened. But I said, my favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was strange. And the fake news came over, and they really hit me hard on it. They said, what about love? What about religion? What about God? What about wife, family? I got killed when I said tariff is my favorite word. So I changed it. It's now my 5th favorite word. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But they hit me hard. But it is. When you look at, we've taken in trillions of dollars. We're rich again. And there'll never be, when we finish this out, there'll never be any wealth like what we have. Other countries were taking advantage of us for years and years. You know that better than anybody. And now we're treating them fairly. But the money coming in is, we've never seen anything like it. The other day they had $31 billion that they found, $31 billion. So we found $31 billion, and we're not sure from where it came. A gentleman came in, a financial guy. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, we don't know where it came. I said, check the tariff shelf. No, sir, the tariffs haven't started in that sector yet. I said, yes, they have. They started 7 weeks ago. Check it. Comes back 20 minutes later. Sir, you're right. It came from tariffs. $31 billion. That's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral, to use an old term. I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. We have a Secretary of the Navy. He came to me, because I look at the Iowa out in California, and I look at different ships and the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time in black and white. And I look at those ships, they came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old technology when you look at those guns, but it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch sides, solid steel, not aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. Starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away. Now, those ships, they don't make them that way anymore, but you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. There were powers. There were big powers. They were just about as mean and scary as you could be. And so we're looking at that. One of the biggest cases that we won was the decision of the United States Supreme Court to allow us to proceed on the word merit. So
what's he talking about? He's trying to figure out which generals are okay with shooting U.S. citizens. It's the only way to retain power.
Political correctness. We went through political correct, where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons I won't get into.
Was this speech to literally all of the U.S. High Command? Yes.
Now, it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went
unlikely.
We needed. We went in for colleges, where kids with a C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A averages won't get in, and kids with the highest boards and the highest marks or the best marks couldn't get into the best schools, and people that had not good boards and not very good marks, okay, but nothing special, they were getting into our best colleges. I said, this is just crazy. You can't run a country like this. And it was lingering for years, and it got to the Supreme Court, and we won that decision. Merit, everything's based on merit. You're all based on merit. We're not going to have somebody taking your place for political reasons because they are politically correct, and you're not. We take the people that are going to do the best job. That's all. It's very simple. And that's the way our country was built. We were built on merit. We got away from it for a long time. And everyone understands it. And it was done. It was approved. I give great credit to the Supreme Court because I thought they had tremendous courage.
I wonder if his bone spurs hurt today.
That was tremendous. I give him maybe for that decision almost more than anything because it's a hard decision to make. It's really hard. The apparatus of our country was not set up for merit. It was set up for political correctness. And you can never be great if you're going to do that. And we're going to be greater than we ever were before. We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character.
Having a fealty team building meeting with the entire U.S. chain of command?
It's not to protect anyone's feelings. It's to protect our republic.
Or just the market going down.
It's the republic that we dearly love.
What's this guy talking about? No, I don't think anybody fucking knows.
We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending
political correctness, but in the lens of just shooting U.S. citizens.
We want to win, and we want to fight as little as possible. You have to count on people like me to keep you out of wars because we don't want to go into wars. Many of the wars that I just told you about, we could have entered those wars and settled them in a different way, lose a lot of our troops. And we could have settled them, I guess, differently. Maybe not, actually. Actually, you might not have been able to settle them. We just would have been in the middle of a lot of firepower.
Imagine being a general and being under the command of Keg's breath.
And you know it. But very importantly, with that goal in mind, I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on our military in 2026, and that's the most in the history of our country. $1 trillion, that's a lot of money. I hope you like that. Ma'ams and sirs, I hope you like it. That's a hell of a lot of money. We have the best of everything. Every branch is seeing major investments, and as I announced in the Oval Office in March, We are rapidly moving forward with the first ever 6th generation fighter jet. I didn't name it. I did not name it. Boeing came in and they said, sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done. And you know, they're testing all these planes, all the companies are testing, and this one tested like through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, all right, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay. You know, that means 47, I'm 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, yeah, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including jails and mental institutes. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capabilities like never before. And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of a lack of ammunition, defensive ammunition, but they've got that taken care of. But I tell you, it's what we're doing is so good, and we deserve it. You know, we help other countries with it. We don't have it ourselves. And Canada called me a couple of weeks ago. They want to be part of it. To which I said, well, why don't you just join our country? You become 51, become the 51st state, and you get it for free. So I don't know if that made...
It's surreal how petty he is.
It does make a lot of sense. It actually makes
it's like a giant child.
In Canada now, because as you know, with tariffs, everyone's
higher jolt's bullish, lower bearish. No, lower should be bullish, but it didn't drop very much.
Biden didn't have $1 trillion. We have 17 trillion more than that in 8 months.
Bulls definitely want like a slowly easing labor market, and it came within expectations.
AI, auto plants.
I think German inflation was up a bit.
Under my budget,
home prices were down, so there was Chicago PMIs were down quite a bit. So there was some other not so great data.
Much more than that as we go along, because we basically don't build ships.
Oh wait, no, we don't have the Jolts yet. Jolts is in 1 minute. Sorry, I was looking at the old one.
Do you know in the Second World War,
analysts are expecting 7.1 to 7.2, so roughly flat.
And I'm not a fan of some of the ships you do. I'm a very aesthetic person, and I don't like some of the ships you're doing aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I say, that's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth. By the way, the B-2 bombers were incredible. That is stealth. They went into that. I was with General Kane and Pete were in the, we call it the war room, but we're watching them go in, and they were totally untouched. They were not seen. They were literally not seen. They dropped their bombs. They hit every single one of them, hit its target. It was total obliteration. CNN, when we came back, fake news CNN, oh, their camera just went off. You know, their camera, every time I mention they turn the camera off because it's never good. They said, this is a problem. But I don't blame them. You're better off keeping it off. But they have some scammer.
Yeah, consumer confidence comes in.
Who started saying, without any knowledge, that he may not have
Jolts is a little hotter.
As well as they thought. It may not have been obliteration. He did hit the targets. You know, they got to give us a little credit, right? It was obliteration, it turned out.
Well, that doesn't particularly
The Atomic Energy
help the
Commission
case.
said it was obliteration. They had, not only did
job
they hit
quits are down, too.
These chutes. And think of this here. Way up in the sky, there was no moon. It was dead dark. You couldn't see a thing. You couldn't see them. But they had, I guess, a beam going right into these chutes. Every single one of those bombs went right down those chutes into a granite mountain. I think it's the last time they're going to build air chutes.
Actually, this is not what the Bulls want.
Air chutes that were nice, beautiful.
Like, it's not a crazy beat or anything, but...
And now they give us credit for that. But these people were phenomenal. I tell you, for the Air Force people here, you can be very proud. That B-2, we just ordered a lot of new ones and updated ones, but I'd take the other ones. Let me tell you, they couldn't have worked any better. So they flew for 37
I feel like
hours
it's important that
total, back and forth.
we watch
No
him
stops, no nothing. We had
try
52
to
tankers loading them up.
wrestle loyalty out of the
That's
U.S.
a
chain
job I
of
wouldn't
command,
necessarily want too much, flying a tanker.
remembering that he
Loaded up
went
with
into this
hundreds of thousands
speech
of gallons of fuel.
probably with that
I don't know about
loyalty
doing that.
guaranteed.
I asked
I'm
the
trying to
question,
see
what
how much
happens
he
if
can
it gets hit?
lose
Sir, you don't want to know
in the
about
speed
that,
run.
right? I don't want to know about that. But those guys, they just hear us. They're incredible. I had them all to the Oval Office. We had the B-2 pilots and a lot of the people, even the people that took care of the maintenance people.
We put the entire U.S. chain of command at risk,
gave them a big party on the lawn,
stuffing them all into one building
into the Oval Office,
so that Trump could ramble at them for an hour.
Deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, Space Guardman, and Marine, something you weren't getting from the past administration. They did not do with respect. They're Democrats. They never do. Not only are we rebuilding our great strength, but for the first time in years, my administration is actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of America. And very simply, we are putting America first. And I have since I've been elected. I've always put America first. It's sort of simple, you know, when you think. My campaign was run on common sense, and we did great. We got the highest numbers. Districts, you know, they have it broken up, 2,500 versus 525. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. We won everything. You have to take a look at the map. It's almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military, the vote that I got from the military, and they were the vicious people, you know, that we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are a different kind of vicious, but they spread all these horrible, you know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard, you know, they make up a statement and they said, you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25. We had 25 affidavits. And they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And that's why the press is really losing all power, because people aren't believing it. We need an honest press. We need borders. We need borders. We need an honest press. We need fair elections. I mean, those three things. And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press. But we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand you have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot, because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They're just, they don't understand. They've destroyed the image of media now is at the lowest point it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? It's something. But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions,
quite a lot of bot
drug
votes
dealers,
coming in.
murderers.
50,
You know, we had
45,
11,488 murders.
35, 25, 20.
Guy who had no clue. He had no clue. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, and they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. and from all over South America, not just South America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over.
Supported
came
like
in
40.
From Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's why they have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it because we solved it. But Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that, you go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that. And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious, serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700, and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days, it's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, you know, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way, I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places. And we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. You know, we had no people enter in the last 4 months. 0. Even I can't believe that. You know, we had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told, and of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan, and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. I said, you're in for, you had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job, but because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time.
I can't believe he just said that.
Really? People murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that, they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend, they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any. This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone. And I get a call from the liberal governor. Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II. Your place is burning down. I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control, Governor, but I'll check it, and I'll call you back. I called her back. I said, this place is a nightmare. Probably, it's certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal. They go after our ICE people, who are great patriots and tough job too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that. That was a while ago. And I sent in the troops and they were gone. As soon as I sent them in, oh, when we send in the troops, if you have a real leader that says you got to do what you have to do, I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the way I should stand all the time. And I'm like this, and people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're spitting at them, and they're screaming at them. And that soldier standing there, he wants to knock the hell out of the person, but he's not allowed to do anything. So they just stand there and they get abused. And a woman was this far away from his face, and she starts spitting in his face, and he's not allowed to do anything. If it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit, it's a new thing. They spit, we hit. How about the cars where the cars are coming out? They get brand new cars, Border Patrol, ICE, beautiful, nice new cars. And they're driving along and they have to go through a gauntlet of rocks being thrown at the car. So here's this beautiful brand new car. By the time it goes 100 yards, it's destroyed. These guys have pretty good arms, some of them. And they're throwing bricks at full force into the window and into the car. It looks like it's a war zone. And I said, never let that happen again. From now on, if that ever happens, and I say it here, you get out of that car and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Because those people are, you can die from that. Those bricks go through the windows. You can die. They'd like it to. They'd like it to go through the window. But this was a couple of months ago. They just kept driving and bricks are hitting the car. And I said, why aren't they stopping? Because they were under orders from the past administration.
IWM and Q are both getting hit pretty hard.
But that's different with us. We stop. And since I gave that order, we haven't had that problem. It's very interesting. It's amazing. It's just like in Venezuela. You've seen the boats going. We can't find any more boats. They're carrying drugs, massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They had fentanyl mostly and a lot of other drugs. And we take them out, and we've taken out 4. So, and it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average. 20. Some people say more. You see these boats, they're stacked up with bags of white powder. That's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too. And now we have a problem. General Kane says, sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today. But it's amazing what strength will do, because all we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. And this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you're involved at all,
wow.
They all joke. They say, oh, this is not good. You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Araguas, 10, 12, 15 kids, and these military guys walk up to them, and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded, then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous we don't want to even do that, because we don't want to. Some of stone cold murders, we don't have the confidence, even though they're not coming back very easily. We don't have the confidence. We put them in jails. But these service members are following in a great and storied military tradition, from protecting frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland.
These people would have all shot you in the street.
And others all used the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many of our leaders used the military to keep peace. Now they like to say, oh, you're not allowed to use the military.
You could have seen this coming. Literally anybody.
Where they're being raped and shot and beat up. You know what they say? We love the military. You ever see where they interview the people on the street?
I love when he quotes the founding fathers who would have hated him.
Paid off because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member from general to private who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing. The whole world is watching. Everybody in the White House, they come up to me, young women, sir, thank you. I know immediately what they're thanking. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long because we got the careers. We call them the careers. We got these lunatics out, and they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finer schools, which they couldn't get into anyway, mentally. They couldn't get in, but no matter what you do, they'll never be good.
Says the guy who went to Wharton with a C average.
So, I don't know. Maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to say that, but maybe they were. Certainly some were. Together with the leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country, all because we had weak leadership on top. And we did a great job with it first term, but this is something else what we're doing now. We're taking it to the next level, probably next level times 3. But we had COVID come up, and we had to take care of that. We did a great job with COVID. We had the therapeutics. It's just Regeneron, so many things we did for COVID, but we had to focus on that, and every other country in the world was being decimated by COVID.
Did you just say Regeneron?
Gear a little bit to take care of that. But under our leadership, the military is now the knife's edge in combating this sinister enemy. We have to put the traffickers and cartels on notice, and we've done that. And we put them, a lot of them, we've called them a terrorist organization, which is actually a big thing to do. Nobody's done it, but I've done it with a lot of them. It gives you a tremendous advantage. If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence, because that's the only language they really understand. That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats. Around Venezuela, there's nothing. As president, I will never hesitate to defend our people from threats of violence, from the horrible plague that's taking place from within.
Was he talking about trans Antifa?
Nuclear power, the Iran, all of the great power that we thought existed, we blew it out to kingdom. We took advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way. I hope you all agree. If anybody disagrees, could I please have your hand? Who disappears at Raising Cane is no good? Just raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. All right. That means you're okay. That means that he's okay now.
What a schmuck.
Results. You know,
yeah, that's probably the best description I've heard.
It was going to take 4 years. It took 4 weeks. I went to see him. And he took them out in 4 weeks.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And I was told by the military
killing
people
U.S.
it could take
citizens
4 to
in the
5
name
years to
of
do
border
it.
security.
And I don't even know if we'll have it then, sir. These were the Washington generals. I call them the television generals.
He's doing a loyalty test, but nobody really knows what the cause is.
100% of the ISIS caliphate. As a result of these actions and many others since my inauguration, we're witnessing the triumphant return of peace through strength. We have great peace through strength. America is respected again as a country. We were not respected with Biden. They looked at him falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's falling downstairs. He said, it's not our president. We can't have it. I'm very careful, you know, when I walk downstairs, like I'm on stairs, like these stairs, I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their legacy. We don't want that. You walk nice and easy. You don't have to set any record. Be cool. Be cool when you walk down, but don't bop down the stairs. So one thing with Obama, I had zero respect for him as a president, but he would bop down those stairs. I've never said, da-da-da-da-da-da, bop, bop, bop. He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold on. I said, it's great. I don't want to do it. I guess I could do it. But eventually, bad things are going to happen, and it only takes once. But he did a lousy job as president. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This country was going to hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing. And by the way, I have to tell you, now, as you know, I went over and I met with NATO, and NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP. Millions and now trillions of dollars are pouring in. They didn't pay the 2% because they know we were there to pay it. And now they paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on that war, not 10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to. They can keep it, but we're not involved. We have no money going out. Biden gave $350 billion. Not sustainable. $350 billion. And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're selling equipment. Our people are buying equipment. They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're making money, because I don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. A lot of them are Russian soldiers, but between the two countries, mostly soldiers, by the way. Sometimes, you know, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in or some drones in, kill some people. But mostly it's soldiers. Russia and Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And, you know, they're not...
Is he going to go full Hitler and make up a new oath for the military leaders to swear before the end of this?
But they're soldiers. They're young people. They leave their parents. They wave goodbye. And then 2 days later, they're blown up so unnecessarily.
Quick, you need to do it before the sun sets on Hindenburg's corpse.
We got to get it done. It's crazy.
Don't say that too loud. Whoops.
There's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being killed there is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done. But that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with. He should have had that war done in a week. And I said to him, you know, you don't look good. You're 4 years fighting a war that should have taken a week. Are you a paper tiger? And it's a shame. But I think eventually we'll get that one done, just like in theory, I want to knock on wood, because you never know. It's like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do.
Thankfully for Trump, the Secret Service already has the right acronym.
But we have to get that war done. So now just think of it, we're a dead country. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, a great guy. I was with the Emir of Qatar.
Yeah, Wolf pulled themselves out of bankruptcy. Big bull.
I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings. They ordered so much, and they were great. But they all said essentially the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me. We met in Alaska, had a good meeting. Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I said, I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. Good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You can be proud of that. And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home, and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. You must have felt like, I have a job that nobody wants. That doesn't feel good. Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You want so many. And we're going to have many, many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment. But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal. They always give us unfair stories. But they played it so big. They were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all. Nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think that has to make you feel good. It's one of the reasons I love being here today, because I wanted to say that. I have to say that everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force, our beautiful Space Force, it's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously big numbers for the police. Dangerous job, isn't it? Huh? Fire department. But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military.
How long is this speech? It doesn't really have a start and an end so much as it is
because we have so many
like an adventure.
And it's nice to be able to cut people because of merit that aren't really qualified for any reason.
Or a middle
reason,
or a point. Reason. Yeah.
You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter, and they all want to be with you. They all want your job. They want to be with you. They want to work with you. They'll even take your job, Got to be a little bit sharp. You got to watch it. But everybody wants to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference when I speak to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago when I was talking to rooms where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential election. Yesterday at the White House, we put forward a plan for peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace. And it's going to reign over that territory, and we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace, but I said yes. And I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace. And we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. It's so true. And we're striving tirelessly to end the terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, then we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it. And now I got it to 5%, and I get along great with all of them. In fact, they call me the president of NATO. I said, I don't think so. But
no one's called you that.
They're great people, and they're spending a lot of money, and a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting really fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from Europe to Asia to the Middle East, our allies will make similar commitments to increase their military capabilities. And this will greatly strengthen our alliances, and also it will make war far less likely. You know, if you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence now. And I go around bragging about that. I said, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You never heard Biden say that. You never heard him say anything. But you never heard him say, did you ever hear him say, we have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you, Pete,
Dallas Fed Service
General
is negative.
Kane, all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of them out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. We'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end,
it was March.
Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and you know, in many cases it takes too long. They have backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit.
Yeah.
And I told those companies, you better get your ass going because we're
bought puts there, sold puts down in
we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting
like
countries to buy your
75,
equipment. You got to
65.
produce the equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that.
55, 60.
But they're on our side.
50.
The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment. And we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster. A lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. Again, you know, it's very important for me to say we are the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world. I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle, hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is with Iran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out of the sky, every one of them. We make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people, those brilliant people with such pride and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country. Nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors, or you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like you. Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E. It is lore. When it comes to defending our way of life, nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we had the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come. Because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're finally dumping a little bit more. In all fairness, it was like 4 people in a room of 800 clapping. I think a lot of generals probably showed up to that speech in full support of Trump. I'm not sure as many left in the same state of mind. Which GN is more accurate, Gherk? Yours or ours? How far off are they? I mean, I want to say mine, but... Trying to think about what changes we made. Mine. Probably mine. Although... We still hit 66.25 today. Well, we lost 50. That's a big step. Hmm. Yes, NQ retested VWAP there, rejected. ES is still having a hard time failing the 6,700 level, which is somewhat important here. It's like kind of like the prior week close. 60, 66.97, 66.95. But we are bleeding off into it a little bit more. And our low there pushed just below it. I don't think the data today was particularly supportive of the bull case. It just wasn't very bad. Like all of it together was not good, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it could be. Like bulls definitely don't want to see jolts up. They don't want to see job quits down. They probably didn't want to see consumer confidence and Dallas Fed down either. But I don't think anything was bad enough to really elicit like a crazy move, obviously. Trump has another announcement at 11, which will likely delay to 12. Could this lead to more chop? Yes. I took a liquor store break because that speech was vexing. What a great way to start your morning. So what do you guys think? You think we get a shutdown tomorrow? Do Democrats have any balls? Are the Epstein files still not released? That's correct. I only think that would be a shutdown because they need to block the files. But Chuck caves every time. It's true. It's kind of like Ueda. One of these times he won't. Wait, you mean he will? Ueda's whole thing is already that he won't. Are you saying Chuck Schumer is spineless and unprincipled? I don't think you know the man. Nobody wags their finger harder than Chuck Schumer. Uh, What a weird feeling having zero representation in your own government. They have enough to approve, but it can be filibustered basically indefinitely. You felt represented previously? Interesting. It depends on the decade. Are you trans? No. No, I'm not. Thanks for asking. Libertarians just don't want to pay for shit. It's not a real political philosophy, it's just being cheap. How dare you? So, can I get a free hat? Scorpio, not Capricorn. That's correct, Barodactyl. It'd be better if the states just ran stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Break it up. It didn't work. We don't like each other. I feel like it would be really fitting 50 years in the future for Trump's descendants to be the established monarchy of poor southern states. We could laugh at their negative GDP. And all the places worth living, they'll have plenty of money. Just stop paying. It's easy. Oh, yes, the North with their robust agriculture and manufacturing. Wait a minute. You're thinking of the Midwest. You guys don't manufacture anything either, except welfare recipients. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Every red state just feeds off of the federal teat. I think Texas might be at like break even, and that's the best you got, and they're not going to hang out with you guys for long. We'll just continue to be the center for technology and global finance, and we'll be fine. No, Jersey's still a landfill. Honestly, they could keep it. Isn't Texas actually blue, but gerrymandering? Yeah. Most states are blue, except for gerrymandering. You know how we know that? Because we have a Republican president with 23% of the vote. My corn needs a vote. uh, did we ever think that our concessions to slave owners would fuck us 200 years into the future? No, we didn't. What's the news for today? Trump assembled the entire United States military chain of command, and arguably one of the greatest blows to national security that's ever occurred, in order to ramble at them for roughly an hour and 15 minutes. The UN one was worse. The man had just been assaulted by an escalator. So, you know, could you listen to the Atlas Shrugged audio tape today on stream? No. Oh, bulls really don't like buying anything above like 58. What a weird trend. Are there bears? Yeah. Yeah. They've been getting like quite a lot of put buying at pretty much all the upside tests. Is that also true again this time? Moderately. Not as aggressive as the last one. I mean, we've got a 1 year auction and then nothing until we figure out whether the government's shutting down or not. Yeah, we have the collar roll. I'm not sure, I mean, how much effect that's going to have. Maybe once it's in place. I don't think there's a lot of window dressing that needs to be done. We're already like near all-time highs. If anything, some of the window dressing could just be bearish. I would imagine that mm, pensions and stuff probably are taking equity exposure off the table. CTAs probably are too. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer, we're heading into a shutdown. The weird thing about that was that that remark yielded a green candle. So no NFP? Probably not. And slightly hotter jolts. So we have to I mean, the market's probably going to have to assume that. I mean, we don't have a shutdown until we have a shutdown, but I would say that the market's probably going to assume slightly stronger labor. Maybe dollar up, top end yields higher. Because all we've really got is GDP and jolts. I mean, I guess we'll get the ISM data regardless. No, because the longer the shutdown continues, the more uncertainty it's going to create, which increases volatility. What do you guys think? Bullish? That's good, right? Yeah? Yeah. Solid. Nothing bad happened in '08 or 20. Yeah, that's right. I mean, actually, nothing bad happened in 20. Just COVID. But financially, things are great. We just printed tons of money. Oh, it's super hard today. Full dump tomorrow. I mean, I don't think the market's going to price in a shutdown until it's official, but. And then would probably be reticent to price an extended one. They do it all at the same time. I mean, I guess there's a question of if all of the orders process at the same time, but generally they do. It's just like a big block order. It's all set up and then it gets executed. Was the ripoff of 40 profit taking? No, a little bit, but not entirely. We're just bouncing up and down between the positive and negative gamma here. We've been doing it all morning. The ranges are changing a little bit, but not very much. Mm, Getting a little bit of bullish positioning here. 66, 60, 65, 70. Although the last time we got it, it collapsed too, so we'll see. Uh, hmm. Well, supposedly there will be no passing of stopgap funding. I think bulls are still trying to push the upside here. He's not doing very well. Hmm. Still bot calls all the way out to 70. Auction in 18 minutes. Yes, to sell a record 105 billion 4-week bills on October 2nd to settle on October 7th. FUBO merger approved, followed by dumpies. That makes sense. It's slightly dilutive. Distributing out a little bit. Some profit taking on the bullish out of the money positions, but not a lot. We've sold put support at 66.50. So maybe they'll try to recover off the 52 test. Hmm. Charm's a little bit positive here, but Delta and Gamma are pretty flat. Hmm. Check out SPX chat. What happened? That's disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, my foot was covered in lube. That's nasty. I can't believe you debased yourself like that. Also, when did the 10-year close at 4%? It wasn't close, it was hit. Oh, silly. You didn't account for variance on risk. Oh, boring. Hey, VWAP test on NQ. It's weird because the out of the money calls are still on the chain. Like 60, 70. But they're really not doing anything to protect them or even try. This looks like it's just gonna keep bleeding off. Collar roll should be price action more dramatic. Maybe, yeah. Hmm. Bump and fall starting to flatten out. Has the collar rolled yet? No. Paul should roll somewhere around 60 or like 7,000 or 6980, something like that. The flows are turning a little bit bearish. There's still some defense of the 50 strike that's kind of ongoing. Hmm. They're big sold calls, 85. Bought calls, 67.45. Hmm. Ooh, lost the delta flip. Nasty. Not a full-on knife catch, but a little bounce. I care about Neo. Why are you always asking me about that? Gamma Max is at 8. Doesn't look like there's much bot above that. Yeah, a little bit of 9 and 10. The fucking chain hasn't changed in like 3 weeks. We've asked me about it like 9 times. No problem, Jeff. Is that the last of your money? After buying out of the money pits, you just own Neo? Neo's my last hope. My cost basis is 66. Wait, $66? Or $6.6? Those are very different. What do you mean, what's up with Gex? Bid to cover on the 52-week, 2.920. Yield high, 3.54. Fed bid 2.9 billion. Trump's making an announcement in like 26 minutes, supposedly. It's a nice dump. There's a lot more room to the downside on this one. Gamma's starting to flatten out under 40. So I'm going to slip down into the negative delta. It picks up into about 32. Yeah, 30 might be a downside target here. Some bot calls at 50, bot puts at 40. Some bot puts coming in at 50. Bot puts coming in at 45. More out of the money bot puts coming in. I'd say bulls are trying to pretty aggressively play the bounce back to 50, so they might get burned. Mm. Still no profit taking on the 50 calls or capitulation, I guess, at this point. Boring. This is the third test of the prior week close. Almost there. I feel like this is probably where we would lose the level, which opens up a downside move to like, yes, 6680. Should be the first loss at the lower support this week. Could set a bit of a trend. Futures keeping us from falling a little bit. If the government shuts down, does that mean crime is legal? No, it's discretionary spending. I made a decent calls. Switch to puts. I hate buying puts at end of quarter. Dangerous, yeah, because of end of day window dressing. But I mean, I would say that support is bleeding. So over over the course of this, puts are becoming slightly more interesting. Not super interesting, and the downside range is still kind of fairly limited. Maybe 25. You tell Vol to unpin itself. Still about a day early for that. Also, it'll depend. HV will probably depend heavily on where we close today. Closing lower would be interesting. It's not like a bad drop, but I mean, how you want to stop or something because it's just bleeding slow, so it can snap back still. It's kind of. I want a 6600 test today. Not unless Trump's news is bad at noon. We still got 17 minutes till that. Actually, Bull's letting that 40 level go might be a good signal. Because we'd probably get some put capitulation on the bump and implied falls. I think like the 35-30 put would be forced to price up, which could squeeze some of them out. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's just like kind of a choppy entry. The better entry was definitely at 60 for puts. Bulls are still buying the 50 call a bit. Mixed positioning. 40 puts, 50 calls. But also 50 puts, which is making it hard to retest the 50. Not a lot of positioning at 45 either way. I think you get, what do you get? You get closure of like parks, like national parks and federal shit like the Smithsonian, and then food safety inspections stop. EPA activity stops, like SBA stops, FHA insurance, processing of HUD loans. Usually immigration court. But active duty military continues, border patrol, ATC and TSA. Postal Service has independent funding. Social Security and Medicare continue. VA services continue. Mm. Oh, fun. Well, Bulls got their calls at 50 back in the money. Let's see. Still a lot of bot puts to the downside, so I guess we see if the 50 calls take profit. Oh, wait, is Trump talking? What the fuck is going on?
A year, I want to thank Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who is one of the most respected people in the industry and in business generally. I will say that.
Oh, is this about the
Joining us
Pfizer
today,
bullshit?
along with Secretary as you know, we've got a number of secretaries. Secretary is Lutnick behind me, I hope. Who's Lutnick?
He's over here, sir, to the right.
You can get over here. I'm looking for Lutnick. Our great Secretary of Commerce. Good, I'm glad you're here. You would have been in trouble. Howard Lutnick, great. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator, Mehmet Oz, Medicare Administrator, Chris Plump, and the FDA Commissioner, Marty McCary, and I just want to thank them all. They've been working hard on many, many things. I think this is one of the biggest medical announcements that this office has ever made, because we're talking about price reductions, as you'll see in a couple of minutes, that are incredible. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. They paid far more, 10 times, 13 times, 15 times more than other countries for the exact same product. A major reason is that the American consumers have been subsidizing research and development costs for the entire planet. They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States at just 4% of the world's population and consumers, only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the United States. So think of that. We have 4% of the market, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet, Albert, I didn't know you were that violent. I'm surprised you're agreeing to this.
I'm getting a bit.
No, he's doing the right thing. Thank you. And yet they make 75% of their profits from the American customers, so it's something. That's why I signed an executive order combating this practice, and we signed it very happily a little while ago. Today, Pfizer is committing, as will other drug companies as we go through the weeks. But Pfizer is truly one of the biggest in the world and one of the greatest in the world. Today, Pfizer is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid, and it will be at the most favored nation's prices. It's going to have a huge impact on bringing Medicaid costs down like nothing else. I told you that in my first term, I was so proud of the fact that for the first time in 28 years, drug prices came down. And I had a news conference that I explained it was 1/10 of 1%, but it was down. And here we're talking about, in one case, over 1,000%. This is a critical step forward to our work and to improve healthcare, and hardworking, low-income Americans, especially low-income Americans, will be helped so greatly. In addition, Pfizer is agreeing to provide some of their most popular current medications to all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%.
Starting to get some bot pets coming in.
Off the price, and in some cases, even more than that. These drugs will be available for direct purchase online at a website operated by the federal government. We're also announcing that moving forward, all new medications introduced by Pfizer to the American market will be sold at the reduced most favored nation costs. So we'll be paying essentially what other countries are paying, who have been much lower, much lower for many, many years. Furthermore, Pfizer will invest $70 billion to reshore domestic manufacturing facilities. In other words, they're going to bring a lot of their facilities to make their drugs and make what they make, their product. They're going to make it in the United States. I appreciate that $70 billion investment and fund research and development right here in America. We're working with other major pharmaceutical companies to secure similar agreements. Everyone understands that the status quo where Americans pay more for drugs, prescription drugs, and they pay more than foreign countries who take advantage of us in many other ways, although not so many anymore. I think we've pretty well got that stopped, right? I think so. We've stopped that, but they took advantage of a lot of other presidents, that I can tell you. But we're making this pay to be very unacceptable, what they've done in the past. That's why my administration is also taking historic action to investigate the unfair and discriminatory trade practices of other countries that extort our pharmaceutical makers to shift costs onto the American consumer. They say, no, give us a price, a very low price, and just charge the American consumer, charge it to the U.S. The United States is done subsidizing the health care of the rest of the world. It's a big thing. I can't tell you how big this is. And I was all set to go on it first term, but then you had the COVID, and we had to focus on that. But I said, I want to get back here because you're talking about 14, 15, 1,600% reductions in some cases. But by taking this bold step, we're ending the era of global price gouging at the expense of American families, and we're making America healthy again, which is our little theme for the people behind me. And I want to just ask Secretary Kennedy to come up, and we'll start, and we'll go through it with Oz and Klomp and Bourla and McCary, and we'll go through it, and if you have any questions. But this is a really big announcement. This is something that most people said was not doable. And other countries are going along because we told them that if you don't go along, they didn't have to go along. But if they didn't go along, we were going to put extra tariffs on those countries. And we were going to charge them the amount of money that they should be paying for the reduction in costs. So I think we had a pretty good negotiating position. So, Bobby, I'd like you to speak about this, and what a great job, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking a couple of people who aren't up here, Theo Merkel, Dr. Heidi Overton, who played key roles in this negotiation and helped make this happen. And also Inma Hernandez, who's not up here, but John Brook and Chris Klomp, who were the people who were negotiating, in some cases, I think including last night, 24 hours without any sleep. This would not have happened without President Trump's leadership. I told my son last night, we're all under secrecy about this, but I told my son late last night, a 27-year-old son, Connor, who's a very liberal Democrat. And I told him this was happening, and he just paused for a minute, and he said, "Thank you, Dad, I'm so proud of you." Because this is something Democrats have wanted for 20 years, Republicans have wanted for 20 years. Everybody said they're going to do it. Nobody has even taken a step towards doing it. And the reason was because it was such a daunting task. And, even all of the negotiators, I also want to thank Howard Lutnick. This would not have happened without him. But even all of the negotiators here and all the people at HHS and at the White House team, all we could see was all the reasons that this couldn't happen. Everybody had tried. Nobody could make it happen. And it was President Trump alone who, with his doggedness, his persistence, he saw this clearly in a way that none of us other, in its most simplest terms. Why are we spending more on this country than any other country? Why are we spending 75% of the revenues that come to the pharmaceutical industry? We're doing all the research, and everybody else is riding on our slipstream. And President Trump, I would say, harangued and harassed us to make this happen. I was getting calls at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. "Oh, are you asleep? And you got to get MFN done." And at one point, Dr. Oz told me, "I can't take the president's calls anymore." I have a lot of reasons, my wife has a lot of reasons to say to me about different things that happen in my life. Doesn't that give you anxiety? And I say, I don't get anxiety. This gave me anxiety. Oh, thank you, President Trump. It would not have happened without your leadership. This is real leadership. It's a president who has a vision and makes that vision happen. And I can't think of any other president of the United States who could have done this in our history. I'm very grateful to you. This is an extraordinary benefit to the American people. Thank you for your vision, President Trump, your bold action, your unwavering commitment to health and well-being of the American people. Never has a president stood up so bravely for the American people with respect to health care. And by the way, I forgot to thank Albert Burla. Albert and I have had a long history of antipathy and antagonism toward each other. But I have to say his leadership in this took tremendous courage. And he really created a template for corporate responsibility, for putting public health
Fucking ridiculous
ahead of his individual interests. So I'm very, very grateful to you for that, Albert. Under the leadership of President Trump, the U.S. government is now acting as a tough negotiator on behalf of the American people. Today is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about giving hope to those who are trying to stay healthy, who are managing illness, and who are fighting for their lives. We refuse to make the most vulnerable citizens continue to pay an unthinkable price for the world's pharmaceutical breakthroughs, which we pay for. This policy is a shield for the chronically ill who have carried the burden of high drug costs for far too long. It's a signal to every American family that we're finally putting their health and financial security first. And it sets a new standard, one that says we won't write blank checks to the drug industry any longer. No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table. Americans should not be gouged paying 300 or 400 or 1,000% more than people in other countries for the exact same drug, many times manufactured in the same factory in New Jersey and sold in Great Britain for 1/10 the price that it's being sold for here. This week, and I was with some friends up in Martha's Vineyard, and an old friend, one of my oldest friends, his wife and daughter have a chronic disease. And that chronic disease last year cost $150,000 to treat. And the mother had to choose whether she was going to take that money and spend it on her or her daughter. And she spent it on her daughter. So she had to make that choice. It's a choice that no mother should have to make. We did a roundtable recently on drug prices. One patient spent more than $180,000 on one drug. One cashed in all of her savings and worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. One almost quit her job and moved to Germany to get the drug cheaper. Some looked at getting the drug on unsafe secondary markets because they could not afford it through the legitimate markets. Today, we begin to right that ship. For the mother trying to help her child get better, for a grandmother at the pharmacy counter, and for millions of Americans who want to restore their health. Today is about another promise made by President Trump and another promise kept by President Trump to the American people. And it's only just the beginning. This is all thanks to your unwavering leadership, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There is a fine line between vision and hallucination. People have to follow you for it to be a vision. And President Trump, you made a lot of people following you on an idea that most people thought was not possible, even remotely. And when we have that shared vision, and I'll speak to some of the people who are involved in this process because it was an incredible effort that gives me great pride to serve in this administration. And the fact that it did not leak is also an issue of pride for us because these were tough challenges. And Albert Bourla looks very calm up here and cat-like, but he is ferocious when you get him in a negotiating room. This is true for all the pharmaceutical companies that we are negotiating with. And Secretary Kennedy, my son Oliver, who I told about this deal as we was walking over here, is a Republican. And you know what he said? Thank you for making us proud. Because it's not just a Democratic problem, it's a Republican problem. This has not happened before. And it took a crusader like President Trump, with the support of Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, I see the vice presidents here as well, just unwavering, dogged pursuit of change. And now I have to admit that I know the president has me on speed dial, and most of the time when he would call me, as Secretary Kennedy alluded to, it was about MFN, and he always had reasons why we needed to go faster, why people were being hurt today, because we're allowing the kinds of pricing that had been tolerated for so many decades in America. The time of the day didn't matter, the day of the week didn't matter, and that's how the president was functioning. This was such an important part of what he saw as his legacy, which is why it brings such pride to all of us up here and many others to deliver it. And the laser focus that the president had on this, which he shared with me the day that I was nominated, that he nominated me for this position, and has reminded me frequently since, made it a top priority for us as well at CMS. Now, to do this, you have to have tactics, not just vision, but tactics. And the first tactic the president shared was to introduce me to Albert Bourla. He took us to dinner with Secretary Kennedy, and he argued, and he's a great deal maker, as you know, that if you're going to make a deal of this scope, of this nature, you need trust. So the president lit the kindling. He got the embers going, but he needed us to nurture that beginning of a fire so they would blaze into what today we can announce as the grand deal, one of the greatest ever, certainly in the space of pharmaceuticals. I gained to respect Albert, and I'll tell you why in particular. It was because he recognized the dangerous problems facing so many Americans, that they had to choose between taking medications prescribed by their doctor that could be life-saving or shopping at the grocery store, paying for their kids a fundamentally important need that would be squeezed out because they couldn't compromise on drugs, or often worse, they compromise on the drugs. 1/3 of all prescriptions are not filled in the pharmacy because of this. We talked through the winter. We talked through the spring. We talked through the summer. And we got nowhere. We stalled. The industry is powerful. They're important. They have smart people. There's no reason for them to give the numbers that the president is articulating today. And you see these numbers on the charts around us. These are massive wins for the American people. But the president in July demanded, after the executive order, that manufacturers make a firm commitment and to lower prices or else. And it sent shockwaves through the industry. It got the ball rolling again. Our talks with Albert heated up, but it wasn't until last week, if you want an inside story, it wasn't until last week that we made a major breakthrough. And our hardworking team embarked on a remarkable story that I think books will be written about, 24/7, nonstop, with industry, with Albert, with his great team at Pfizer. And with this partnership, we began to deal with the fundamental challenges we have, which is protecting medical advances for the future while at the same time securing the prices Americans want today. We're going to continue to stimulate and strengthen innovation. That's what a great country does, and we are a great country with a great leader. We're going to protect the U.S. hegemony in R&D. We dominate the planet in discovering cures for illnesses. All those orphan ailments, all those remarkable advances, they come from research labs here with companies like Pfizer and other great ones in the pharmaceutical space. We're going to lead in the life sciences. We're going to lead in ideas. And we're going to make sure that we do all that while we're being fair to the American people, especially our most vulnerable. We're going to finally deliver on the fair drug prices that President Trump has been speaking about for 2 terms. We're going to celebrate this historic day, I predict, this historic day in the medical field for generations to come. The heroic negotiators that I do feel compelled to mention, and Secretary Kennedy kindly also mentioned their names. Some of them can't be in here because they're busy negotiating future deals. Inma Hernandez-Delso, John Brooks, who's a deputy administrator of mine, Theo Merkel, who is in the back and tall and hard to miss with DPC, and Corey Ensslin with the same group, did a spectacular job, and Don Dempsey at OMB. Just wonderful human beings, worked tirelessly to get this done. We were able to secure this first MFN deal, and the president touched on this, but we have much more to come. You'll be hearing breaking news from the president for the rest of the fall. And Mr. President, these brilliant minds are here because of you. Now, I don't want to just pay homage to this. I want to actually speak this a little bit. The passion to protect the American people brings top-tier Americans into the government. We've created a powerful administration with the president's leadership, an administration of winners, of people who get things done. They see the generational opportunity to fix the biggest problems our nation faces. And the person who led this negotiation, Chris Klump, embodies this seal. Now, Chris Klump came to visit Secretary Kennedy and I the very first day we were looking for staff to try to bring in the government. And neither of us really had an idea of how challenging this might be. And he came to the interview, and we knew that he had built a business that was worth several $100 million.
That'd be
And the
Griff,
secretary,
right?
very poker-faced as he tends to be,
Gaps at
looked at him
45 and
said, "Are you willing
47
give
to
it
the
all up
downside.
and move your family to
All
Washington?" A young
positioning starting to
family, 4
bleed
young
off
children,
a
beautiful
bit.
wife. Are you willing to come across the country and serve our nation, serve this president to ensure vital programs like Medicare, which he runs, will keep our seniors healthy for years to come? He gave it all up, like so many have in this administration, passionate to follow the president's lead and serve under Secretary Kennedy. And for those of you at home who are watching, and I hope there are quite a few, I think this shows just how cool a place it is to work, is in this government. And I take great pride in handing the ball to Chris. Chris, tell the American people what they have won thanks to your passionate ability to deliver on President Trump's promise.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. President. You have enabled something that as recently as last night, nearly everyone has said was impossible. And Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, thank you for having trust in us as a negotiating team to drive this forward on behalf of the American people. It is an absolute honor and privilege. And Mr. Borla, to you and to the team at Pfizer, you have taken a step that I think few appreciate, requires a level of courage to change something that for decades administrations have tried. And there was no incentive rationally for you to do, and yet you've done it because you recognize the opportunity to align your economic interest with the social interest of the American people, and we are grateful. Today is historic, as has been discussed. This is a major win in the battle for affordable healthcare and affordable drugs. As the president said, on average, we pay nearly 3 times what the rest of the wealthy world pays for branded pharmaceuticals. And yet we drive more than 50% of global R&D, 50% of revenues, nearly 70% of profits. It's unjust, it's morally unjust. And when this happens, we stifle innovation and we limit access for the most vulnerable people across the planet and in America who need these medications. And so the president directed us to make deals. That's what he does, and it's what we do. And all great deals, and this is a great deal, are rooted in principles. And this deal was rooted in the principle of fairness. Now, the president could have directed us to go to the poorest country on the planet and find the cheapest price for every single drug and bring that back to the United States and use the might of the government to insist that that's the price we pay. And that might have worked, actually, for just a little bit. But very quickly, it would have utterly destroyed innovation in pharmaceuticals. It would have destroyed American primacy in building life-saving medications. There are nearly 20,000 known diseases on the planet. We have treatments or cures for far fewer than 10% of them. So that would have been a bad strategy, and it would have limited access to those who need those medications the most. But he didn't call for that. He didn't call for 50% lower than the lowest price on the planet. What he called for was fairness. And that's a powerful principle, because we all grow up wanting to be on the right side of fair. And it allowed us to do what has not been done before, which is to call on manufacturers and ask them to be fair, and allows us to go to countries and ask them to pay their fair share in the battle against global disease. And that is the unlock for this great deal. Now, it's my privilege to talk just for a few minutes about the details of the deal. First, let's start with the definition of MFN. What do we mean by that? This is not made-up list prices that have often been quoted in prior administrations, stuffed with fees and rebates. We're talking about we start at net prices, after fees, after rebates, the prices people actually pay here, the prices people actually pay in other wealthy countries. We then index to a basket of countries, wealthy countries, across the world. And we go drug by drug, and we look for the lowest price, and that becomes the starting point for what an MFN price is in the United States. And then we've built this principles of fairness on 5 key pillars, as we've talked about. Number 1, as has been discussed, direct access for patients at TrumpRx, which is a site soon to be launched, available often at full MFN and always at lower prices than currently available. This is bypassing middlemen. It increases transparency. In many instances, prices are 80% lower than they are today. No more Canadian detours to purchase drugs more inexpensively at our neighbor. You do it from home, you do it a click. This is American ingenuity outsmarting the system. Number 2, the president was very clear to us and directed us to ensure that we secured the lowest prices for the most vulnerable Americans, those who are served by Medicaid. So we focused there first. So Pfizer will be putting virtually all of its portfolio of drugs at MFN prices available to Medicaid in the near future. This safeguards the program. This ensures that this program lives as a lifeline without undue burden on the taxpayer for those who need it most, for our vulnerable Americans whom we are charged morally to care for. The third principle is about future-proofing fairness. This is the idea that Pfizer has committed, as are other manufacturers, that they will not launch a new drug for commercial, Medicare, Medicaid, or cash pay markets at a price that is higher than the other wealthy world. Now, they are free to price their drugs wherever they want. These are not price caps. These are not price controls. They can price however they'd like. We're simply asking them, and they are committing not to undercut us in other countries. This is an essential principle. This allows us to retrain other countries to appropriately value innovation for their citizens, to appropriately understand what fair share means, to contribute global R&D. This allows us not to compromise access for those who need it most. And this is a powerful commitment. The fourth principle is around shared savings. As our commerce colleagues and as our U.S. trade representative colleagues succeed in encouraging other countries to pay more for existing medications, a portion of that will go to fund additional R&D. And a portion of that will repatriate back to the United States to offset prices, lower prices further for Americans on those existing drugs. And the fifth principle, as discussed, with hats off to Secretary Lutnick and
You guys
Ambassador
could,
Jameson Grill
liking
from
the
U.S.
stream
Trade,
would be
is
appreciated.
about Pfizer committing to onshore 100% of the
It's the
value
cool
of
thing to
all
do.
imports that it currently imports to the United States, thus ensuring that we seal our great American resurgence. If you're watching this right now and you have been looking for evidence that this is a president who knows and cares about you, who is fighting for you, who is fighting for every American, this is Exhibit A. This is not an empty promise. It's not platitudes. It's not lacking a plan. These are hard contracts with teeth, lowering prices now that we will all feel. These are the most significant, historical, substantive, mathematically quantified price reductions in the history of our country and modern-day pharmaceuticals. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership in enabling this to happen. It is an absolute pleasure. The president has showed us that the impossible can be achieved, and that is what's happened today. God bless America. With that in mind, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here today in this office to announce a landmark agreement. I think it's an historic day.
Is this the coolest office? He has a beautiful office, but the Oval is the coolest, right? What do you think?
I think by far. and I have seen other presidents' offices. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, it's good office.
Yeah. So it's an historic day because I think today we are turning the tide and we are reversing an unfair situation. For years, other rich nations refused to pay the fair share for the medical innovation. And as a result, Americans had to assume disproportional cost on their shoulders. This situation, we all knew, is not sustainable.
What is 1,400% below 21? They're gonna pay you when you show up. That's what that means.
Today, with this agreement. In July, the president sent to me and other heads of pharmaceutical companies a letter. And over there, he articulated 4 specific requests. These requests, it was obvious to us, were designed to lower drug cost in the America in different ways, each one of them. And altogether, holistically, to have synergistic effect in the impact that that will have in the US healthcare cost and patients. With this deal that we signed today, we satisfied all 4 of President's requests, all 4. The big winner of this deal clearly will be the American patient. There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines. But I would argue that it is not the only winner. I think who else is a winner here? It is American innovation and American economy. In our industry, we had 2 major overhangs that have substantially reduced our valuations and create concerns for us in our ability to invest. We are addressing both of them right now, and I will speak about them. The first one was the uncertainty of tariffs. Because President is absolutely right. Tariffs is the most powerful tool to motivate behaviors, Mr. President, and clearly motivated ours, right? So, by this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the US and are made outside the US. And for that, we are ready to unleash our investment portfolio in this country. And the President graciously gave us a 3 years grace period that we will not be subject to the 232 tariffs, as long as, of course, we move the products here. That's one. The second overhang in our industry was this uncertainty. What will happen with the framework of pricing in the country? Because this uncertainty, it was what was holding people from investing in the pharmaceutical industry, which resulted in significant reduction of our multiples. Actually, our multiples are at historical low. Well, now we have clarity about what is the framework for the US pricing. Read the letter of President Trump, read the 4 points, and this is the framework. And we will abide to that, and going forward, this is how things will be priced in the US and abroad. We are ready to invest, as the President also mentioned, $70 billion in the next few years from Pfizer in manufacturing and research in America alone. I really think this is an historical moment because also I can put that behind us and focus on the things that I want to spend my time, cancer treatments, to bring better obesity medicines, to bring better vaccines, to bring things that people value. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Secretary Latnik. Your leadership helped us to pull that together. You are the mastermind of everything, and without the brilliant way that you designed the whole thing, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. But you were even more brilliant because you had someone in your team that he was the driving force behind everything. And I don't have words to thank you for your integrity. And it is what you have said. We created trust from day one. And that was the most important thing that allowed us to be able to pull very difficult negotiations. Of course, also I want to thank the US trade representative, who is also heavily engaged, and he's probably the first trade representative that I have seen that cares about our industry and cares to do something about unfair situations out there, but more than anyone else. Mr. President, I want to thank you, for your leadership and frankly for your friendship. Thank you.
Albert, thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
CBO says
Thank you, Mr.
750,000 employees furloughed each day during the government
growth
shutdown.
of drug spending, that is, the increase in drug pricing, is the fastest and biggest increasing area of healthcare spending. So today's announcement has incredible implications for healthcare spending in the United States. And today marks the beginning of the end of the Great American Ripoff. And it also marks the beginning and the end of a great American tragedy, something I've seen as a physician at the bedside. Patients getting spun up into a financial rage, doing GoFundMe campaigns online, sending repeat reminders, asking people to donate, getting their churches to pass the offering plate from pew to pew, Sunday after Sunday, to try to get enough money to pay for a drug in the United States, a drug that's 5 or 10 times more expensive than the same drug in France or Germany or the UK. People get spun up and it's a tragedy. Having cancer is hard enough. Getting spun up into a financial rage in order to try to get the money to pay for treatment makes it so much harder. 37% of people who go through cancer care say in the end that the financial toxicity makes them want to avoid or delay care in the future. That is, they're done with it. They're done with the system. That's how toxic financial toxicity can be. And for what? For what? So the US can finance the R&D of the world? Well, that ends today, thanks to President Trump. So we want to see R&D. We want to see American pharmaceutical companies thrive. We want to see pharmaceutical companies that do business and manufacture in the United States thrive. At the FDA, we're doing our part. If you're going to equalize your price to that of other wealthy countries, we're not talking about Zimbabwe.
Downside support just pulled back
Germany,
a bit.
France, UK, Japan, other wealthy countries, the OECD
Still bot
countries,
calls at
equalize your
65.70,
price,
but bot puts coming in
then
at
we're gonna
60 and
put your future
45.
applications at the front of the
Soul
line.
put support's still at 50.
A voucher to get a review in weeks has a market street value of about $500 million because every day is money when it comes to getting a drug approved. And so if you meet one of the president's national priorities stated very clearly, moving manufacturing to the United States, meeting a large unmet public health need, or equalizing your prices. We're the largest purchasers of drugs, we deserve the best prices. And so we're going to do our part. And if a generic company makes their drug in the United States, that application is going to move to the front of the line as well. And if you're going to build a plant in the United States, our FDA inspectors will walk through that plant during the construction phase, something never done before, so that it's ready on day one. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. They said it couldn't be done, and here we are. Thank you.
Chris, you may want to go up and just show one of the boards about how quickly the prices come down. And these are small examples. We're going to have it over 1,000% in some cases. You'll see that during the week. But we just picked out 4 at random, and you see the kind of numbers. Bobby and maybe Albert, good.
We picked 4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples. And as the President mentioned, this is not the only agreement. It is the first. It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about them. And that means hundreds and hundreds of drugs. We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price at MFN results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother struggled with, 40% reductions. This is about access. This is about ensuring Americans have access to life-saving medications. These are real prices. These are net prices. They're not made up. They're not funny numbers.
Thank you very much. Great job you've done. Everybody here has been incredible. We've been standing here talking about the Make America Healthy Again a lot lately, and I think our meeting the other day was excellent on a thing called Tylenol. That was a very important meeting. I think that was a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's going to be great for everything because your medicine costs are coming way down. We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next week of over 1,000% in some cases, where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And
Net dealer long position volatility index VIX has jumped 87,000 contracts, the highest in at least 4 years.
So that's what we have. And,
Shocker.
it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have. We're talking about massive numbers, and the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world, so they have more people. So we'll come down a lot, and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot, the U.S. The U.S. will come down a lot. But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit. And it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too. And Howard, great. Really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big, let's focus on this.
Mr. President, please give us a timeline.
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises, for lowering health care costs. On a day that it seems like we're going into a government shutdown,
Are they gonna do you like my job and pay me to go to the doctor? No, they're just gonna pay you when you go to CVS.
Starts contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance, to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling
And
with
we're
that.
working on just that, little different group, but we're working on just that. It could
How about some Epstein questions?
We have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week. It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the U.S. And that's coming down now to
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
probably
black
$15,
market
$18.
generic
Go up.
pharmaceuticals are
18, I think
gonna
that's
skyrocket
pretty
in
much right
India.
now. It's not you, but
Can we
go up
can
to
we
18,
can we buy some
we'll come
like
down from
Indian
135 or
pharmaceutical
whatever down to
manufacturers?
18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8.
DV's
of 1%.
Laboratories,
I was the only one in
Mankind
28 years that
Pharma,
brought drug prices down. for
Sun
the year.
Pharmaceutical
That was a
Industries,
small number. Now we're talking
Cipla,
about
Dr. Reddy's
you're gonna see one
Laboratories,
over 1,000%. Look at these numbers.
Zydus
So,
Life Sciences.
and this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who we're talking
Sun.ms.
about. The two of them came, and we had a good discussion, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens, but this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's not. It's there, but relative to other healthcare programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, what do you think about coming up with a better health care?
60's like got a little bit of support.
Because the cost of prescription medicine is a big, I guess, a very big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is one of the biggest news conference from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had by any administration. Yeah, please.
I'm curious, where are the other companies other than Pfizer? Are you expecting them to come
They're all
later?
with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. You know, it's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, your friend, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then
We're going so far right, we're going
5,
left.
6, 7,
Yeah.
8%, whatever the difference.
That's what
is,
happens
we'll
if you
take it
keep
that way.
steering in one direction.
So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly, you know. We had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
President Trump. You mentioned the exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating with these companies, we're going to let them play out and finish these negotiations because they are the most important thing to the American people. So we are standing by, helping and working with them, but the driver of the 232 outcomes is our HHS team because, I mean, look what they've accomplished today. So we are on their side helping them, but that is the model that's going to drive.
And you have to understand, Albert's spending $70 billion that he wouldn't be spending because of the tariffs, let's say, and other reasons.
Congrats on
the
socialism.
winner of
Whoa.
November 5th, in all fairness. But
We don't have
because
a
of the
golden
tariffs,
share in Pfizer
that wouldn't
yet.
happen. He's not going to pay any tariffs. Because when
Speaking
he
of
moved
which,
here,
where
there
are
no
our
tariffs.
tariff
So he won't
and
be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If
Intel
you
paychecks?
Move here, there are no tariffs. And we have over $17 trillion, Albert. You believe these numbers? So Biden
No,
had
we
less than $1
can't
trillion
because you're
for
making
4
them
years.
up.
We have over $17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I can make up numbers too. My portfolio is now $20 trillion.
Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately. Yeah.
President, can you speak to
I
what
wonder if Fidelity will grant me
impact you
margin
think,
on
this
that.
reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge. I
Stop,
said
God.
if we can pull this off before midterms. I wanted to do
it took 8
from
months,
the
but we're
beginning,
there.
From my first day in first term, and we were doing so well. We had the
Thanks,
greatest
man.
economy we've ever had. Everything was good, and then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's big. It's a big change. But what happened is COVID came, and we focused on COVID. We focused on COVID very hard with Albert, with the other companies, with everybody. Regeneron was a great thing. You know, we did a lot of therapeutics that were fantastic. And so we focused on that. And I said, if I pull this off again, the first
What's
thing
the
I'm going to
conversion
do,
of
and, you know,
Gherkin bucks
we've been
to
working on this
USD?
for
1 to
8
1.
months. This is a very big
Soon.
deal. This is a big shock to the system. But it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot. But now it's fair. We're going to be paying the same thing. Yeah, please.
Trump, in your first term,
You mean the dividend port?
when Biden later came in, he tried to steal credit for that. Do you think that? Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these historic cuts?
It's very. I really appreciate your question.
Thanks,
because I
Torin.
did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35, and the problem is with many of these things. And in this case, it's going to be pretty quick. But oftentimes, you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years. That happened also with I could say 4 different things, but just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is
Pickle
we did
jar
win the
goes
election.
long
We did
black
win.
market
But unfortunately,
pharmaceuticals.
It didn't work out that way from
It's
a
gotta be a
practical
win,
standpoint.
right?
And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35 and even less insulin, that was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let him know we did it because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right. They tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable really of understanding it. But when they went out and talked about it, they acted like it was a great feat by Biden. It had nothing to do with him. And it continues, and we'll get it down even further. But insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it? Pax.
I have it here.
He's got Paxlovid. give me a Paxlovid immediately.
While Nancy Pelosi is ignoring
Why
what
does he
you're
have
doing
such
to
a
the
hard time
American people,
pronouncing
she's going
words?
after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded healthcare for illegal aliens. Last night, Nancy Pelosi, she went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans...
Pickle jar arrested
themselves.
researching black market
She
drugs
lost her
during a
mind.
totalitarian
We
regime.
have done an
That's a
unbelievable
headline.
job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin. But just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price
Pops
reduction
and Tylenol.
maybe 10 times, 15 times than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people.
Didn't he
a lot of
call them
Democrats. They said, "Why don't
Azerbaijan?"
we change it? We could make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much
Like the
better,
name
less
John?
expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough because, you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look. This is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We could come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare, to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that. No country. And we have the border stopped up. We have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months. Zero people came in. That wasn't me. That's by the authorities who happen to be liberally oriented. But just think of that. We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay.
Wait,
And that's
he's the
Democrats.
authorities.
And what happens,
Did
what
Trump
that
just
does
call
is it
himself a
brings people
liberal?
into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it.
No one's
And they
doing
can't
medical
afford it. So
tourism to the U.S.
cannot allow them.
Oh, I can't wait to go to the
charge
U.S. and spend
tremendous amounts of
10
money
times
for
more
healthcare
than
for
every other
people that aren't
country.
even citizens, and in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions.
All the best
And we can't let
doctors
that
end up
happen.
in
So
mental
We have
institutions.
a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned.
Like if you go to a
That's not
plastic
good.
surgeon and he's the
And we have a
best,
fight
but he
in,
signs his name
transgenders,
inside
you
your
know,
body.
Transgender for everybody. And
Do you
that,
care?
when we talk medically, that's a lot of money too. That's a lot. Those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border, and we have a great country. Our country was dead 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Big difference. Yeah.
Why are you rethinking medical school? No, I'm not.
And they're willing to shut down the government over healthcare.
They are shutting it down. We're not shutting it down. We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you, we have $17 trillion being invested. So the last person that wants it shut down is us. Now, with that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible.
When did Dr. Oz go
They're bad
full
for them and
MAGA?
irreversible by them.
Was it just
Like
they
cutting
waved a
vast
paycheck in
numbers
front of
people
him?
out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vogt. He's become
Gherkin,
very
did you drop out of medical
popular
school because they
recently
didn't let you
because he
sign your
can
name?
trim
No,
the budget to a
no.
level that you
Doctors
couldn't
just
do
don't make
any
that
other
much
way.
money.
So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown because
It's like a lot of
because of the
work.
shutdown, we can do things medically
So many
and other
years.
ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse.
It's getting a
And,
little
you know,
easier
we're
to fall
cutting
below
that.
60
But
right
they want to
now.
have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And you know, Gavin Newsom wants that too in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
It's not your state, dickhead.
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices in the U.S.?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. You know, there's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively. You see, that's just a few of the basics, but they're coming down much more than that with many drugs, and over 1,000%. Think of that, over 1,000% reduction, and we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board.
No
next
point in
week. We
getting
have
the data
over
if it's a lie
1,000%
anyway.
price reduction. No, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way, the market kicks in. The other way, it was just basically. It was just a form of control. You were stifling the market. Yeah.
At this point, is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give health care to illegal immigrants, which will destroy health care for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that. Okay?
Can I ask a question of Dr. Oz, Administrator Oz? If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats, is there anything that CMS can do to lower those, to mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies?
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president and leadership some freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of the legislative bodies.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants.
We actually do have time for that.
They're not eligible for the health care subsidies that Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify, what are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their health care?
So when an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law, and look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do. They're all breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And we just, as a country, cannot afford to take care of millions of people who have broken the law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border, thanks to Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group. They've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we had a border that was reckless. We had a border that was a disaster. They were coming in by the millions. I say 25 million people. You're saying less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally. And no system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now,
That's what everyone needs to do. They just need to challenge
murderers. We got many
Trump's
of them, many of those people
narcissism,
have,
but on a morally,
taken out of the country, brought back to where they came from. In some cases, put in prison because
a less
they're so
morally
dangerous, we don't wanna
repugnant
take them out.
level.
We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it. And it's
Just be like, oh, you're
nice,
such a mean
beautiful
guy.
people
And be
walking
like, well,
around
I
and
could
not
do
afraid of
nice
being
things.
mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful. And now we're going to Memphis. But I think we should always keep a presence.
It means
here, because if we
enlarged
don't keep a
chart,
presence,
slightly
it's gonna
different, but
come
also
back
sneaky.
Never like it was, because we got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an unbelievable example of what can happen. And now we're going, as you know, to Memphis, which was very similar to Washington, very dangerous. And we're there, and we're working along very well with the governor. The mayor A lot of these Democrat mayors, you know what they don't want to have us do well, because if we do well, it makes them look bad, and they shouldn't feel that way. If I were a Democrat and I was a governor or mayor, I'd be calling Trump. I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about 3-4 months ago, and I was saying to the media, how many of you people have been threatened or mugged or accosted during your walk to the White House? And they said, we don't walk to the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, look at this guy. They even attacked this big, strong guy, right? Didn't you get attacked? Did you? But yeah, just take a look at the other guy, right? What happened to the other guy? I don't know. Those other guys are pretty tough. They're tough with a gun in their hand, right? And yeah, you were hit pretty hard. But almost everybody was. And now, nobody. Anybody been accosted in the last 3 weeks? If I would have said that 6 months ago, half the hands would have been raised out.
Well, it's because
a very safe city now.
The U.S. Marshal went out and took out that guy who threw the subway
sandwich. We'll be going to
sandwich.
Chicago. I told you this story. Union Pacific, head of the railroad. He knows this country very well. Started off as a very low-rung employee of the Union Pacific. He's now chairman. He came to me and he said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going down fast. They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed. 48 shot. That's not a city. It's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business, and the family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But we have to listen to Pritzker get up. He should call me and say, get the troops in. You ever hear that? 11 people over a week and a half killed. I think it's 48. When you add it up, 48 people shot. And then I have to listen to a governor say how nice
Doug,
it is.
the
It's
bounty
a wonderful
hunter?
experience. No.
Catching
What is a wonderful
teenagers trying to get
experience is
abortions
DC.
in Texas.
People are eating in the restaurants. They just opened 2 new restaurants, which hasn't worked in years. And we had it pretty good 4 years ago. We were just getting ready to do this, but we did it right. And, we have a big victory in the Supreme Court. It's called merit. And so that includes the military. Our soldiers, did you see what they look like? These guys, they look like serious soldiers. They weren't playing games. And they went in there and they did a fantastic job. And Washington, D.C. is now a beautiful, safe city.
Wasn't he jailed? Has he not been pardoned yet?
Walking down the street holding their husband or their boyfriend's hand, and they're not worried about being raped or mugged or shot at. And it's been an amazing thing. And we'll do that in every city.
Imagine the delusion you would have to be in to throw a sandwich at a police officer or military.
Because, as you know, in recruitment numbers...
It's a fucking sandwich. You should be able to throw a sandwich at anybody.
Recruitment, nobody would join. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be police. It was just announced this morning. You probably saw my speech over with the military, with the generals, admirals. Record numbers of people signing up for the Navy, the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. That was my baby. But we have record numbers of people.
Have you ever had a sandwich thrown at you?
Fire department.
Free sandwich.
So, it's been an amazing thing. Well, we're going to have another meeting next week on this. We have another great company coming in, similar kind of numbers. But we're going to show you some 1,000% drops in prices. There has never been anything like this.
That's not how numbers work, you fuck.
And it's an honor. And Albert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody behind me, because you are a great team. We have a great team. Everybody says you have a great cabinet. It's a great team. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, that's so irritating. The thing that makes me sad is there's a big contingent of people in this country that hear that and they're like, oh man, 1,000% off is so cheap. They pay us 900%. Yeah. haven't told me exactly how much money I should be expecting back for 1,400% off my $21 prescription refill. I don't know, like $290 or something. They pay you 290 change something, 94. Are you gonna move your production studio to the USA to avoid tariffs? This show is domestically produced. Can I get 1,000% off on my yearly sub to Gamma Strike? No. Trump ruined irony. It's not funny anymore. I know. This show is assembled in America. I can't believe after all this time he hasn't. He just wants to say big numbers because people don't understand what they mean. Like $17 trillion in investments, which is more like 600 billion. Did you make any trades today? Not so far. We got some bot calls out at 65.70 that don't seem like they're going in the money. There's still like quite a lot of range. And we have the roll, so maybe I'll trade something with the collar roll. I made an oopsie, but if it pays off, I'll become a pigeon whale. Dope. Did you buy out of the money pets? Breaking: Jim Cramer says investors should not worry about government shutdown. Oh, fuck. I might need some put hedges. Hmm. Wait, per premium's 266K and call premium's 380K. You're welcome, Jeff. What time do they normally roll the collar? Varies. Where's the indicator? He made it up in his head. It's inside me. Is it common for primary dealers to take like 40% of a 1-year auction? No. No, it's absolutely fucking not. It'd be cool if we just keep dropping this time. Hmm. Oh, interesting. That's weird. You mean the total premium? Oh, why is that off? That's true. Oh, because this is a 15-minute window. So we go here. Nope, that's wrong. Interesting. Wasn't it even when DF and GF are flatline, positioning outside of spots, not changing much? Hmm. Hmm. Just a little bearish. Got some farther out of the money bumps and vol, so maybe some continued de-risking. VIX is staying above 16 pretty well. I think that's a good look. We got the collar roll of expiration tonight. NQ back below VWAP. ES also. VIX or Dixie? The dark pool index? Hmm. Dark pool index is like trying to measure the boughtness or soldness of options, but skew adjusted delta is just way better. buckle up from 2 p.m. on? Yeah, possibly. I'm gonna see if I can grab something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. Was this price action the collar roll? I don't think so. Hmm. No, probably not. Hmm. Might be able to test GN. I don't know if we'd lose it. Gamma kind of bottoms out around 40, locally at least. I would say to the downside, 20 or 25 are still possible. Just not very likely. Wouldn't stay down there for long if we tested it. It has to do with zero DTEs. The amount of gamma on the intraday chain pre-COVID and versus post-2022. Well, pre-2022 versus post-2022 are drastically different. How's the weight loss going? Face looking thinner. Fine. I guess the only thing that's really changed is my 2 meals a day are much smaller now. Feeling cute. You know. Just getting ready for hot pickle autumn. I saw pumpkin spice pickles at Target the other day. You don't like pumpkin spice pickles? Crackle? Are we bearish into end of day? Maybe. I don't know. It's the fucking collar roll. We're worried about pumpkin spice pickles will attract the wrong kind of women your way. I don't think pumpkin spice pickles have ever attracted anyone anyway. When it's pulled, not much. When it's placed again, a bunch of puts are bought 5% from spot, and a bunch of calls are sold 5% above spot.
Now I put their pickle in my jar. Could you take a peek at ExxonMobil and tell me how much further it's likely to fall? Sold a few dozen Leap CCS sub 110 a while ago that went underwater. The call hedge printed. Was hoping they went on, but advisedly deferring to your skill secret orb. Be back soon. 3-5.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of at the top of the calls right now. There's a little room towards 60, like 58 or so. We could still eke out. Could you take a peek at ZOM and tell me how much further it's likely to fall? Sold a few dozen in the money leap cover calls sub 110 a while ago that went underwater. The call hedge prin, what? Hold on. College printed was hoping they went out of the money, but obviously deferring to your skill and secret orb. Be back soon. Well, don't leave if you want me to talk about it right now. I don't know, back to like 106 maybe? If oil keeps dropping. I know OPEC increased supply today. Or output, whatever. Kofi's probably long Zom. Four ones out of 5 today. My 6 trade is up 750. I just set a stop on it. Back to the trading grind. Nice. Collars rolled 69.55. It's like 69, 62.90, 53.10. All right, one sec. Here, grab some. Hmm. $69.55, $62.90, $53.10. That's what it looks like, at least. Like 35,625 contracts. I've been in the EU basically all year. Why would you want to come back here? And their internet is powered by hamsters. I thought they had good internet. Thanks, man. You don't need to use me as your personal trade journal, though. You can just buy a trade journal and write down, I feel really great about my win ratio today. Doesn't Portugal have good internet? That's about it. I thought, like, Central Europe did too. Austria, Germany, right? Broadband. Netherlands, Denmark, fiber and stuff. No? Just diarrhea. Non-billionaires are lame. Correct. Non-pigeon whales are lame. And non-billionaires. Great. Hey, what's going on with that? From the Netherlands. Got fiber. It's good. Yeah, there you go. Recommend a good trade journal? You ever heard of a piece of paper? This is the best one. I wish people would stop trying to replicate pieces of paper with software products. It's stupid. Today I took 5 poos on company time. I thought of sharing with Greg, but he doesn't care for my journeys. Tomorrow I'll work up the confidence to share. Good for you, man. I'm old enough to remember 14.4 kbps, so anything's better than that. Dear Diary, today was a good day and I made money with puts and calls. I wish the pores would stop smelling so bad. And got some decent soap made out of money to smell good. Today has been a good day. Congratulations. Oh, well, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon, people. Logic Dustbin. There's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Give Mr. Little Pickle a shout out for you guys. Dear Diary, I hate candle aggregation and refuse to make it server side. All of the clients will smash their own candles. Today was a good day. See you in a bit, Lawrence. When are we gonna get back to equity pickles picks? I miss the days of pre-pickle jar shorting NVIDIA. I didn't stop doing equity picks when after I shorted NVIDIA. I stopped doing equity picks when the PE of the overall market hit like 20x. Who are all these lurkers? People hiding in the shadows. Nuke, you missed the complaint yesterday. Someone said they were really annoyed that Gamma Strike keeps updating faster than their broker. Oh, wow. What's up, TV? Just in case anyone missed it, the collar is rolled. I still don't know how to use Cornishon. It's just $5 off Dillionaire. My steak is too juicy and my drink is too refreshing. What were the strikes? 69.55, 62.90, 53.10. I made these 3 charts separate, and now they all need to be in one. Fucking cheesed off. Wait, what? You should make Cornishon $40, so that when it's gifted, you can get Dillionaire, and you can go out and get yourself something a little extra. 69.55? What kind of premium are they even harvesting? A lot of it? They sold... you know, like 35,000 plus of those contracts, and they're like $68 each. It's like 242 million, something like that, I think. Pocket change, you know. Just one fund. Oh, did you not have folds to cronyism on your PFE bullish bingo card? What's up, Nick? The internet told me I have GERD. Take a Tums. And I'm also gonna die and also have cancer. That's later. You're gonna get cancer no matter what. And you'll probably die eventually, too. But in the short term, yeah, just take a Tums. Or what's the other one called? This said avoid caffeine, and I laughed my... Yeah, omeprazole. Proton pump inhibitors. That way your kidneys can fail at the same rate as your esophagus. Trade-off. So this thing where if I drink 2 or more alcoholic beverages, I have like a 70% chance of throwing up the next morning. Huh. 4 drinks guaranteed, yak. I'm sure you've plotted these correlations. Weird. Maybe you just have a hard time breaking down alcohol. Are you not Irish? You should test your blood alcohol concentration when you wake up in the morning and see if it's declined at the normal rate. I have this thing where I can drink endless amounts of alcohol and not throw up. I think it's called alcoholism. Maybe the alcohol is reacting with one of the like 900 other supplements you take. Peter Lupinski, welcome to Billionaire. And also that other guy earlier who I forgot to play a song for. Both of you, welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord if you need added to the country club after the stream. Where are we going, Dad? Here. Largely. Why do you ask? Make vol go down so I can load up on long-term Vega. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be happening. This is a pretty decent upside move. Little 2 sigma breakout. If we push up a little higher, we can test yesterday's close. Yes, it's still red on the day. Yeah, window dressing's a thing. I don't think we'd get a ton of it to the upside, but we got room to move out a little further. Probably also sells back off. What time is it? 2? I guess they don't need to do anything until the government actually shuts down. There's pretty decent resistance to the upside at 70, 75, 80. Kind of run out of bot calls right around here. To make it a little profit taking. Can we still hit 66.75? Yeah, it's on the table. Probably wouldn't be able to get above 80, but we could definitely get to 80. This could also just fail again on profit taking. Seems to be a lot of pinning around the 50 strike. Remember, buy dip, sell rep. That's kind of still ongoing. Getting a little bit more resistance at 65. What happened, Flamma? What did you find to trade today? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better today. The last time the government shut down, fuck. I think the market rallied, but it was because the Fed changed their monetary policy. The average return for the S&P during government shutdowns since 1976 is roughly 0%. What strong's the 50 support for Upstart? Mm, it's okay. Decent. If it falls below that, it's gonna get kind of nasty though. Hmm. Probably won't fall much below that. I would maybe go long Upstart at a test of 50. Although I know it got wrecked recently on the news of like 30 and 90-day defaults. If the government shuts down, don't we default on our debt? No, 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 no. Depends on the length of the shutdown. But yeah, initially, mostly just stop paying poor people. One sec. Hmm. 70 and up sold largely, yeah. So 65. But we're starting to get more bot calls to the upside. 65, 70, 75. I would say this has an upside limit of probably like 80. I don't think it could get much higher than that, realistically, or at least not hold higher than that. Yeah, really hard to get out above 80. You're thinking of the debt ceiling, I think. Lost your gun. Credit spreads have been pretty dangerous today. There's a lot of gamma, like, around 50. Not just here, but like on the longer dated chain. Like if you look further out, and that's been kind of pinning. But if we break away from that substantially in either direction, there's a ton of room to move. The implied move for today was pretty wide. You waited for what all day? The exact same thing that happened earlier? It's gonna be okay, Danimal. It'll happen again. No chance for downs. If we get rejected here and lose 66.60, then there's a bit of room to move down again. So did 3, they're at 750. God damn it. Yeah, it happens. We're still getting bot calls to the upside from here. Hmm. All right. Those are pretty low on T these days. But they got the breakout to 70. That was pretty good. They got vol back down around 16. What's crime? They've still got bot calls out to 80, so careful. Looks like they're selling puts all the way up to like 75 right now. Yeah, they definitely could. Thank you so much, Pterodactyl. I needed to hear that. Today was the day I was like, are you sure? You know? I even wasn't entirely sure about the hat, but now I am. What was it about end of month window dressing? What about it? I like how I can see Gex levels through the logo on the hat and through your head. I could reduce my opacity. I'm not fading away. I increased my opacity. Remember the first time I did that and you guys really thought I was gonna just try to reduce my opacity every day until I stopped streaming? We're trying to close this at 80. It starts to get pretty tough to push up from here. I could see testing 75, but getting out to 80 is going to be rough. Not impossible, just rough. I've been logging your time on camera in my diary, and it's definitely declined. Yeah, I've been trying to do that. It's almost like me spending fucking 10 hours a day in front of a camera 5.5 days a week is not good for me. But you're cuters, I'm torn. You planned to leave us years ago, but you're still here. Yeah. It's technically true. You know, I came very close after March OPEX in 2022. I demand that my unpaid YouTube stock guru arrive promptly at 9:30 and stay for the duration of their shift. If only you'd full ported March OPEX 2022. I mean, I almost did. I was pretty close. Putting putting vibe trading in Pigeon Whale Me Too is the same like 20% of total returns, right? It definitely beats someone being like, "Thanks, Gherkin, made 12K in a $5 Ko-Fi." The last bit of risk management kept you bound here another 3 years. That's not what happened. What's the correct tithe percentage? There isn't one. Don't worry about it. I legit gave you 10% once. That's awesome. I remember. I know, but you were like, this is 10%. The 12K has to go towards my realized losses from the previous months. The tithe is paid insanity. Ooh. It's like that show 100 Lives of Blackjack Savage, except you save 100 people's ports before you can rest in peace. So I'm Dorian Gray. Gamma exposure on those two strikes is roughly equivalent. If we get 75, we can get 80. Like, there won't be too much change in gamma between the strikes. No, that's not the guy. I don't think that's the guy. I actually don't know the name of the character from 50 Shades of Grey. I have a lot of 6700s for 20 cents. I'm gonna rage trade this market until it cooperates. You know those aren't gonna print, right? Does the stock market want a government shutdown? Because we just got a big green candle from Schumer saying shut down insured just right now. Oh, yeah, but I mean, it's Schumer saying it, right? So well, hold on. Here's how it goes, right? We price in no shutdown, and then when we get a shutdown, we're back at the same price we were at before we priced in the shutdown. It's genius if you think about it. So price going into the shutdown, then price in shutdown, or price in no shutdown. And then price out the shutdown. This is next level thinking. Amazing. I know. It's always best to pump into uncertainty. Because then there's more padding when you de-risk. It shows the sells off to 50 by close. You know, probably not 50, but I could see us maybe falling back to 60. I still think there's a pretty concentrated push for 75-80. Pumping into uncertainty is how I got my ex-wife. Jesus. At least you didn't say your first kid. Actually, they are moving. DF is moving closer and closer to the gamma flip. When in doubt, go all in, unless gamma's negative. And then it's when in doubt, pull out. Hmm. I don't know. Pumps are getting a little bit weaker. There's a gap back at 55 that we never filled. That's kind of neat. Hmm. Would you say Delicte shouldn't be traded? No, not necessarily. There's the 75 test. I wouldn't say that it shouldn't be traded. It's just rough to trade. I hate when you're right about bullish things. Sorry. Would you prefer I was wrong? Hmm. Getting some in the money profit taking. Hmm. Yeah, I really don't. I really don't think we've opened up 85 as a close. So where do you look for profit taking? Here, probably the 80 test. Saw some BCS here. Government shutdown, all-time high. Yeah, that makes sense. What are you confused about? Why would that be bullish? It's not. It's just not that bearish. Whoops, crossing on the rep. Yeah. Lots of delta. Is end of the month pump something just a thing I should burn into my memory? Probably a good idea. Yeah, end of quarter, more than end of month is probably what's important here. But yeah. Well, we weren't at the all-time high. We're much closer now. There's a lot of bot calls at 80, but mostly just 80. The 85s and 90s sold off. There's sold posts to the downside, 75, 70, 65, but not very many of them until you get down to like 60, where there are a lot. So many flies might be okay. I wonder how hard correlation's getting pushed. Ooh, 49.14%. Holding rates steady as inflation rises is like a cut. When you say government shutdown is not that bearish, it honestly felt like hearing I'm just not that into you from a girl I like. I mean, it's not. It's really like how long it goes on for that becomes bearish because you end up with a lot of data uncertainty. It doesn't affect, like, it's not like you're investing in federal employees or something. You're investing in private companies. So the impact of, people being furloughed, which is most of the initial impact of a government shutdown, doesn't have a huge effect on corporate earnings. Ooh. Vibe trading strikes again. Ah! Q looks kind of dumpy. We get under 70 here, ball breaks up. We're not going to 6,700, Danimal. I told you that earlier. I mean, only in the sense that it could be an extended shutdown versus just no shutdown happening at all. You didn't tell me. Yeah, I did. Probably. I told everyone. Yeah, in the money profit taking. Still net sold calls at most of the strikes down to like 60. It's a lot of positive delta to squeeze on a drop. Huh. It's kind of a significantly weaker move back up. Order volume. VX and VIX 3-month down on the tie. Yeah, there's still about 3,000 bot calls at 80. That's a big imbalance. 2.8 billion to buy on S&P and 1.5 billion to buy on NQ. Ooh, some bullish news on Oxy. Nice. Delta's okay here. It's all zero TT, but it's fine. It's only bad if we start going down. I think I'll sell the 90 test if we get there. Sell the 85 on the 90 test. Ooh. Interesting. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, they're trying really hard. It's still actually kind of hard to close above 80. There's some profit taking coming in. Hmm. Hmm. Bot puts coming in at 90. So those getting squeezed a little bit. Sold calls coming into the upside 95, 6,700. Who straddled at Jolts and held their call leg to end today? Congrats. Yeah, not bad. Also, just anybody who bought a call on the low test. Shit, how much time is left? Really fucking pinning this. It's kind of wild this hasn't sold off back to like 85. I should buy some 90 puts. 7 seconds. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. Oh, maybe it was. Ding ding. Oh, well, that worked out well for my spreads. Whee! All right. All right, so we didn't quite make the market makers expected move, but we did close a little bit above where Vega neutral was at the end of yesterday. I'm sure Vega neutral's probably moved up a little bit. There's very obviously bulls piling into fall control into the end of the day today. But remember, this is end of quarter, and a lot of these gains can just sell off in the overnight. We saw that happen both in August, well, from July into August, and then August into September. So these levels may not hold through the overnight session. Right now, yes, a little overextended at the top there, and already selling off a bit harder than SPX managed to do into close, losing the 67.3750 level, which is I think the prior all-time high. If I'm not, no, not quite the prior all-time high. 67.56 is the all-time high. So still not technically a full reversal off of that failure, but we do have a reversal on Monday's drop a bit here. To the downside, probably need to pay attention to just keep paying attention to that 6,700 level where the prior week closed. I think that's going to be mostly what matters there. Yields at the top end of the curve started moving up, but dollar still down a little bit today. I will say that if the government actually does shut down tomorrow, we're likely to see dollar up and then more significant steepening on the yield curve, especially with the uncertainty provided by the BLS data being removed on Friday. Right now, that data still needs to be priced in. If we do get a government shutdown tomorrow, those expectations will start to get priced out. Correlation moved down pretty hard on the 1 month, almost near its, well, fairly close to its like 4 month low. But not quite there yet. So a little bit more room. I would say that volatility in the NQ underlyings is probably about 3x what the index vol is on average right now. So at least 1 month dispersion, probably pretty over levered at this point. And I think stabilizing things at these higher price points into the shutdown is probably a good idea, especially when faced with kind of a risk-off scenario following the shutdown, depending on how quickly that uncertainty is felt. Gold moving up again today, so still a lot of worry about the dollar. Getting really close to testing the 3,900 level. The rest of the commodities, though, not doing so great. Most other precious metals falling, agricultural's falling, and oil continuing to take another big hit, now down to 62. So inflationary pressures there, less of a concern. 3 month correlation is falling, but it's falling against fairly steady bond volatility. I would say if we get a shutdown, that's another thing that we'll probably see is bond volatility pick back up. Leverage at the top end of the carry falling through most of the day, and also at the short end. Forward yield on volatility actually increased today, up to negative 8.59%. So there's some out of the money put buying, and some demand for long vol. I think someone noted earlier that there was dealer longs on VIX went the longest in the last 4 years, and so probably a good idea to continue to keep an eye on that. Remember, we're watching HV10 to see when that gets up around 8 or 9, and we could start to see short dated IV become unpinned a bit. You can see here that out of the money demand for puts is continuing, so some tail risk hedging ongoing. Breadth isn't really improving, even with the move up. I would say maybe a little bit better today. But ES kind of dramatically outperforming NQ, Dow, and Russell. And I'm not entirely sure all of that was in the RSP, but some of it was. So that equal weight pull to the upside. Fed fund futures repriced pretty hard today. JOLTS data was not in line with expectations. It was a little bit hotter, but close enough that looks like we're pricing in 3 cuts for June, back to over 2 cuts for March, and pushing a little higher, closer to 3.5 cuts for January. 10-2 steepened, up 4.26%, and the correlation between VIX, cash VIX, hitting a new high, or a new low, negative 49.2%. So still a shitload of short dated vol selling going on here. We do have the VIX expiration tomorrow. That could also see some volatility unpinned, given that a lot of that interest was for the well, I guess probably more next Wednesday than this Wednesday, but this Wednesday could have some effect. And then out here, still a bit short of the all-time high test and the retest of the failed trend, but we did push up pretty strongly off of yesterday's fairly neutral close. I think locally we'd be looking at like 66.43, 40 to confirm or signal a reversal off of a top here. Obviously breakout above the all-time high, bullish, but still really looking back at that 6,600 level to confirm anything of any significance. So even if we fail the 66.40, and do start dropping into that range, it's that test that matters, not so much this one. But that could be a good signal to maybe go short. Loss of 50 could also be. But I think 40 might be a bit better. And then, we got a lot of performance in electronic technology today, although that didn't seem to help out NQ very much. Financials having a horrible day. Health tech really leading the way with Trump's announcements about injecting some cronyism into his tariff demands, and promising pharmaceutical companies that lick the boot or kiss the ass that they will benefit from a tariff-free trading environment, which allows them to raise prices internationally while meeting the price demands being made currently by the U.S. government. Oil down, consumer services down, retail trade not doing so hot, utilities, producers pick back up again. So tech services actually not doing all that well. But much more than made up for by electronic tech. So I think that's about it. Tomorrow's going to be where the decision is made. We don't have a lot of data going into it. We do have, ISM manufacturing, which it is of some importance. I know we have, I think we have EU inflation, which is expected to pick up a little. And I think we have ADP. maybe some S&P PMIs, but that's mostly it for tomorrow. So, you know, a little bit of like volatility around wherever we're trading at the time the data releases come out. I don't think any of them are super important unless they miss by massive margins. And then, yeah, pretty much what's going to matter tomorrow is if the government stays open. And then, you know, that'll tell us a lot about what's going to happen to volatility in the back half of the week. Shutdowns tonight? What, like midnight? Yeah, all right. Well, then, maybe this will just keep selling off overnight. Midnight? Oh, shit. Well, don't we have until midnight to solve it, though? We still got fucking 8 hours. Yeah. 8 hours before the market has to worry. There were literally no Republicans in the building. What happened if they shut downs over time? China has National Day. Symbolic invasion time? Maybe. They've been getting ferries ready to go to Thailand. I don't think China will ever directly invade Taiwan. I think they're just gonna like I think they're just gonna wait till like we go to war with Russia or something, and then they're just gonna be like, "Oop, look, I snatched it." I don't think there'll be even an initial shock. I think just as time goes on and that money isn't injected into the economy, and we start missing more and more data sets, and the trajectory of the economy becomes more and more uncertain, that it becomes more and more bearish. But I don't think the initial effect of a shutdown is all that bad. Probably just a good chance to squeeze out worried bears. Yeah, the bond market can tell us a lot about inflation. We're obviously we'll turn our eyes towards ISM manufacturing and ISM services. But that's it. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. I'll catch you later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.